Hello and good morning. My name is Herman Williams, and I serve as the chair for the Tri-State Minority Supplier and Development Council. It's my pleasure to welcome you to our virtual business marketplace conference. We appreciate your attendance and your continued commitment to our mission, vision, and value proposition. Thank you for joining us, and make the most of our time as we enter the doorway to unlimited opportunities. We are approaching the 50th anniversary of the National Minority Supplier Development Council. What better time than to welcome to its leadership a bright North Star to take the organization to the next level. Ying McGuire is the president and CEO of the National Minority Supplier Development Council. She is a progress maker who will use her extensive leadership experiences and intuitive sense in ways to move NMSDC forward. The first Asian American Pacific Islander to head our organization, she brings decades of proven perspectives for both profit and nonprofit sectors. Her past professional experiences include being a part of the executive management team at Dell Technology, where she drove the strategy and execution that nearly quintupled Dell's diversity spend from $640 million to $3 billion within 3 years. Subsequently, Ying joined an NMSDC certified minority business enterprise technology integration group as an executive leader and took the company global. In 2016, the United States Secretary of Commerce appointed Ms. McGuire to the United States Investment Advisory Council. There, she delivered exceptional service in the civic sector as a nonprofit leader and a policy advisor to government agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ying McGuire.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Dr. Herman Williams, for the very kind introduction. And thank you to Cherry Henderson for providing the opportunity to speak at this event. I recently did a 90 minutes listening tour with the council's three-leg stool leaders, Dr. Herman Williams, Cherry Henderson, and also Terry Vasquez of Guy Brown. I was very touched by their life stories and personal journeys and challenges that they overcame. I was very inspired by their passion and commitment to minority business development. Before I get started, I know many of you on today's event may have been impacted by devastating tornadoes that hit Kentucky, Tennessee, and many other states. I want to let you all know that our thoughts and the prayers are with the businesses and families in those areas. And over the next few days, we will gather information from our regional councils on the impact and what's needed to assist in the recovery efforts so we can assess how best to assist in those in needs. I recently celebrated my first 100 days as a CEO and a president of NMSDC, but I have been involved with this organization for over 15 years, like Dr. William said, that, I first as a corporate member representing Dell Technologies and then as an MBE. But it's amazing to see the organization from inside, looking outside for the first time. Why I'm no longer the new CEO and a president of NMSDC, but having the opportunity to participate in events like this in my new capacity is still new and very exciting to me. Let's first get to know each other. Dr. Williams kind of, I shared with you my bio, but I want to quickly share an aspect of me that you don't know about. Kind of who I am, why I'm here. Like many of you, I am a proud immigrant. In the wake of the Tiananmen Square incident, I packed my life into one suitcase with $1,000, and I came to the US to pursue my American dream. For the past 20 years, I have been in tech by day, but by night, I have been mentoring startups young woman of color, and serve on nonprofit boards. And as a policy advisor to government agencies, making impact is very important to my life. And people ask me why I transitioned from very profitable tech industry to nonprofit. The truth is, what took place last year, COVID and the racial issues, made me reevaluate my life priorities and consider a very different career path with a focus on making impact. Early this year, I took a break and worked from a beach and really think about, pivoting from for-profit to maybe governmental or nonprofit to drive impact. A few days after I returned from my beach trip, NMSDC search firm came calling. And like many of you, I have a choice about where to come to work. I came to NMSDC because I truly believe we have unprecedented opportunity to elevate minority-owned businesses and help our nation close the racial wealth gap. People ask me, what is the future of NMSDC? My first thought was NMSDC's next 50 years should be defined by all of our stakeholders who are vested in the future of the minority businesses, racial wealth gap closure, and the well-being of our society. Therefore, I spent the first 100 days listening to our stakeholders. In my various listening sessions, I always ended my conversation with the same question, which is, if you had a magic wand that could change one thing to make NMSDC more successful, what would that be? The answer to this question really helps us prioritize and focus. As you know, we have a few resources. The most common response by far from our stakeholders is technology enablement. I couldn't have agreed more. Upgrading technologies should be our top priority. There's no leadership without technology leadership in today's society. However, my first 100-day discoveries also pointed out the need to prioritize our people and a culture to make the most of our technology investment. Peter Drucker once famously said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. A few weeks ago, with in-kind contribution of one of our newest corporate members, Hydrick Struggles, we conducted NMSDC's first culture assessment. The results were humbling and eye-opening. I'm personally committed to owning and driving a collaborative and high-performing culture at our national office, and will foster the same spirit and the practices for the entire network. In November, our executive team at the national office came together and had a strategy retreat. There, we began drafting a 5-year roadmap and 2022 plan based on your input, the stakeholders' input, and also study done by EY. Last week, we shared our plan version 1 with our executive committee of the board and received their full support without hesitation. And after the holiday, we'll have a strategy briefing webinars with all of our stakeholders, including you. And so all of us are collaborating and working towards the common goals of eliminating economic barriers and enabling our MBE to grow. But I'd like to give you a quick early peek on what we're going to do next year and beyond. We have been traditionally at NMSDC focusing on servicing our corporate members. We need to continue to do so. But this year, we redefined our mission, the purpose of existence. The purpose of existence is to be the growth engine for NMSDC certified minority businesses while enabling our members, our corporate members, to advance economic equity. We're in the process of designing a high-performance organizational structure. 2022 will see us elevating minority business agenda to the CEO level of corporate America and to policymakers. We're going to build and empower a strong team and drive a winning culture. We're going to adopt new technologies, build cohesion in the network, and advance NMSDC brand in the mainstream media and launch a 50 for 50 capital campaign to build endowment for the future of minority businesses. Lots of exciting things coming up. We're very fortunate to have in-kind contributions from many of our corporate members. Both EY and Heidrick Struggles helped us with our strategy. McKinsey is going to look at our current certification processes and design a more automated process, simpler process, while maintaining our integrity, something that we feel proud of for the last 50 years. And McKinsey will also assess all of our technologies and design what the future state look like and how to get there. As we look ahead to 2022 and our exciting 50-year anniversary, please mark your calendar for our signature events like no other. Scheduled for first in May, we're going to have a Minority Business Economic Forum, formerly known as a Leadership Week. We're going to expose and discuss most pressing challenges for MBEs and brainstorm for solutions. And we're going to involve beyond procurement, line business leaders of buying organizations, CMO and CTO and CFO, who are making purchase decisions every day. And then in late October, November, October 30th, November 2nd, we're going to have exciting 50-year anniversary conference and a business opportunity exchange in New Orleans. And you're going to see an event like no other. And I will continue to host Huddle with Ying sessions with our stakeholders. And you all have the opportunity to pick a date and log in to have a conversation with me so we can meet many of you across our network. Well, I want to show appreciation to Cherry and the council, Tri-State Council, for the amazing impact you're making to this region. I feel proud what NMSDC has achieved and the challenges we have overcome over the past 50 years. There's no other for-impact organization. I no longer call it not nonprofit. It's a for-impact organization that can match what we have accomplished. Think about it. $400 billion annual economic input by our MBEs, 2.2 million jobs created and sustained, and $48 billion revenue for tax authorities. However, we have not nearly reached our full potential. I'm excited to partner with you to tackle, I call the BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal of growing NMSDC certified MBEs to 1 trillion. Yes, it's a T. So please join me on the journey to 1 trillion. Again, welcome and best wishes for a successful and a productive virtual conference. Enjoy the workshops and networking opportunities, meet some new friends, and let's get work done, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Derek Dowell, Vice President of the Tri-State Minority Supply Development Council. Welcome to our first workshop entitled Quality and Supplier Risk and Circularity. Part 1 of this workshop will focus on quality and risk. Quality impacts the overall profitability of a company. Quality control in the supply chain is critical for maintaining a competitive edge in the marketplace and reducing operating costs. The presentation will also include risk. With current economic conditions, customers are becoming more studious on the impact new suppliers can have to future business. This morning, we'll take a deeper look into the topic of supplier risk. The second half of the session will look into the area of circularity. This segment will cover Trane Technologies' approach to advancing circularity and the circular economy. Areas of focus will include circularity, strategies, goals, and metrics. It will cover expectations from external stakeholders on circularity, as well as alliances with leading organizations in this space. Before we introduce the presenters, there are some housekeeping notes. To help keep background noise to a minimum, make sure you mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Be mindful of background noise. Position your camera properly. Limit distractions. Avoid multitasking. But if you must, please cut off your camera. If time permits, at the conclusion of these presentations, we will entertain questions at that time. Our presenters this morning are Robert Chisholm and Swathi Ramasamy. Extended bios are carried in your programs. Robert Chisholm is Senior Manager, Sourcing Excellence for Trane Technologies, and has been with the company for 31 years, having held roles as Manufacturing Engineer, Project Engineer, Operations Manager, Materials Manager, Commodity Manager, and DFT Leader. Swathi Ramasamy is a Product Stewardship Leader at Trane Technologies. In her role, she focuses on sustainability and circularity of products and services. She leads the Circularity Council and works with engineering, product management, supply chain, and other functions. Leading off the discussions will be Robert Chisholm, followed by Swathi Ramasamy. Thank you and enjoy the session.
Thank you for that introduction. Greatly appreciate it. And with that, we'll move on into the supplier risk, and I'll actually share the video. Okay. Okay, from what I'm seeing, everybody can see that, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. I want to tell everybody thank you. Great to be able to be back, to be able to share on this kind of topic again. And it's amazing how much things have changed just from when we talked about this a year ago, to be talking about it again today. So it was stated very, very well. We're going to talk about supplier risk with quality right in the middle of it. It all comes together. And so what I wanted to do here is just kind of make sure, kind of get an overview of kind of where we're going to go as we walk through. And really want to look at financial. Then we'll take a real strong look at operational, which is where we'll also dive into quality. And then we'll also finish up looking at risk based on relationship. So the big thing is you as a supplier, me as a customer, and making sure that we do agree and understand what risk is. And at the end of the day, what do we do between the supplier and the customer to reduce the risk and make a relationship that truly will work for all of us? So first, kind of wanted to talk about financial risk. This right now is probably one of the best areas that most of your customers can look into. Really, if you think about it, when we talk about me looking at a supplier or you looking at your customer, is there quickly. Your customer is going to look, if you're a public company, which knowing that pretty much no one is going to be talking today is going to be a public company. Most everybody's going to be private. And when you get to private companies, is trying to figure out a way to have the transparency. Because the first risk is for your customer to look and say, okay, do I know this supplier? Do I know what they can provide? And do I understand the runway of a relationship? Where can we be 5 years from now? So when myself as a customer looks at private companies, I'm looking at what's the stability? What is the historical performance? And as we just stated, what is the future risk? There's third parties widely available out there. We actually use a company called Rapid Ratings that can actually work with a company private company especially. They have new programs out there that I'm not going to go into, but if anybody has questions, feel free to send it to me. But they're very much a way for you to be able to work with a third party so that your customer can take a look without, and you have the ability to hold private what you need to hold private. So those are definitely options out there. But the other piece is looking at a private company is I've got to try to understand as a customer, um, how have you done? And we all know that due to COVID and stuff, there's been some definite challenges in 2020 and also in 2021. And they've changed a little bit since what we saw last year, even to this year. And so understanding kind of where are we headed and where can we walk together as we look at future risk. So kind of, going right back to the piece we talked about, your customer wants visibility. But also, too, I do understand you as a supplier, too, you need to be able to protect your confidential information. Kind of walking through kind of risk, and you as a supplier have to determine how much do you need to do, and what is it worth you to for the sales? I mean, we have all seen the impact of COVID-19. And I have personally seen the financial risk as I look through even the landscape that train technology has in suppliers today. And even the things we've had to do to try to keep essential business needs and letters and everything else to support our suppliers to be able so that they can stay open in the different regions and different countries across the globe that they're in. It's that partnership. It's that understanding what each other needs and continuing to help, which we'll get into that more as we get into the relationship aspect. So kind of want to move on into operational risk. This is probably the big thing. The 2 years ago, I would probably say a lot of your customers, they were concerned about sole sourcing, but probably not concerned enough to do a lot of change. Now what we're seeing, and with the issues that are continuing ongoing, and we know you name any issue you can think of, logistics to part shortages, it's all much bigger than it was. And so a lot of your customers are probably very much changing some of their tactics. So one of the things I put up first and still say it is location. I mean, yes, we've always talked about geopolitical. Now transportation is becoming a larger and larger risk. And then we also get down into the tier 2 and tier 3 suppliers that you need in order to support your customer. Understanding these dynamics and understanding how to buffer this. And you're finding too that sole source now is being looked at also as a high risk. So more and more of your customers are going to be looking at how do I dual source? How do I have that backup source? Which are great opportunities. We also want to look at your manufacturing locations. We also want to understand the risk there. What is your performance? Another that's really changed and growing a lot more important is your workforce and your growth potential in that workforce. What's the safety record of your location? And cannot forget also what's the sustainability and where are you headed? And then also looking at, even into the system and design of the parts you're making. Where's the IP ownership? And then also what are your capabilities? And we'll talk even more about this as we move on into the quality. Here I want to kind of dig a little bit more. I've had this question come before, and that is okay, in order to be a supplier to a customer's biggest train technologies, do you have to have ISO certifications? Believe it or not, I'm going to kind of say it depends, and I know that's the worst way to answer some questions. But you as a supplier, you've got to discern what makes sense because you've got cost versus margins. But now, please take, when I say depends, it does not say that you don't need to have a quality process. It's exactly the opposite. You need a very, very robust quality process. And so, what are we thinking about when we say a quality process? It needs to be a documented process. It needs to be a process that we can see. It should show monitoring. It also should be very visual. And last and not least, if you're doing the right thing, you should be able to show us proven experience and stuff that truly see not just what you started, but where have you come and where are you headed in your quality process. So kind of digging in a little bit deeper into the quality side, when we're looking for a quality system, we're looking for a documented system and what is visible. We're looking to see that you're actually monitoring first pass yield. There should be control charts at critical parts of your process. Testing, yeah, you got to do some of that, but hopefully testing is minimal, only what's required. We'd also expect that you're doing audits. And at the end of the day, understanding cost of quality, because you have a cost of quality if we were to send something back because of what you shipped into your customer was wrong. But don't forget, we are also looking at the cost of quality if we let a part go out in the system that fails. And that's even a larger side of quality. With Train Technologies, we are doing on-site audits. So for any of you that have not been with us before and looking to get in, yes, what we call OSAs, on-site audits are required. And we have a team that will be that come on site, and they're going to go through a complete questionnaire. And that questionnaire is going to have a lot of flavor of ISO 9000 in it. But the key now is our audits are starting to change a little bit. It's not just going to be an audit just on quality. We're going to be looking at capacity, trying to understand your future capacity. What is your growth potential? We're going to be asking questions around various aspects. Yes, the core is still quality, but nowadays we're kind of looking at the risks that go around with quality, which backs into kind of what we're talking about today. When you kind of look at inside your plant, if one of our guys were to come in and want to do an OSA, they're not going to just sit at a desk and just simply go through and do a paper exercise. They're truly going to go out to the plant and see, which we'd say go to the Gemba. So they're looking at your people, do what you say. One of the examples I always like is when I would walk into one of my suppliers, and I always enjoyed going into their lobby, because in their lobby is normally some kind of trophy case. I wasn't really looking for the trophies. I was actually looking to see if I could see where they were putting their statement of quality somewhere. Not just an ISO certification, but truly their certification. I mean, what is their mantra around quality? And not just waiting for them to hand it to me at a table, but looking to see what they're doing, because it was always good to see this and be able to go out and see what they're doing. Lean principles, always improving, manufacturing floor audits, being able to go and see the MDI boards, being able to see that you're visually tracking stuff. And yes, believe it or not, we actually do go look to see that the dates on the charts actually are current and not past. Also, another thing that we look for, and also this is to me a great place where you as a supplier can make big wins, and that's being able to truly design what you're making in a way that it fits manufacturing. As you know, with my bio, I've come from the plant operations, and it can be highly frustrating when you design great things, but you can't build them very well. So hopefully we can get both those together. And then another one that I put on here, and I really bring this up for just some of the personal things that I've seen, and it's called touch for quality. We need every operator doing their part to make the quality go into that unit for everything they touch, so that at the end of the day, you ship out 100% perfect quality unit. Is that feasible every time? We can get really, really close, but it takes the whole group to do it. And I say that from even what I've done on the manufacturing floor and seeing it and helping those operators be successful, and their willingness to make sure that nothing goes by them because they're committed to the quality of that product for you. And I love that because if they're so engaged in quality there, as a customer, I know I'll see the quality on my side. But again, it comes down to you as a supplier have to determine what will the customer pay for. Um, and there's give and takes there. Definitely understand that. Definitely understand the margins and everything that you're trying to work through and make happen. Kind of want to flip over a little bit now into relationship risk. Touched on this kind of earlier and kind of want to kind of go back to it, but to sourcing. There's been a game changer this year with the logistics issues, with the tier 2, tier 3 issues. Sole sourcing is an opportunity, especially for private companies, especially the group I'm talking to today, to have some big opportunities. These are places where you can go in and you can start small, but you can start being a dual source. You can be that backup source. You can get your feet wet and find great ways to grow. Just to let you know, things that we look at still, even when we say relationship risk, is we're looking to see what is the percent of Trane Technology sales as for your whole customer. We believe it or not, we don't want to be 100% of your sales. We would rather be much less than that. And then also, it's understanding leverage, and that goes both ways. And how do we help each other? The other thing thinking about that's really big as we kind of walk through, especially bringing on a new supplier, and this is really our future planning, is understanding where are you as a supplier headed? What is your strategy? And then how does Trane Technology as a customer fit into your strategy? And also too, is can we line up on an agreement and contract language that fits both of us? That is that win-win for both of us, that makes us both healthy, but yet it also gives us the risk reduction that we're both looking for. We're also going to be looking, as we talked earlier, is your health. But think about how to start. True story, I've got the chance to work with some small businesses, got a chance to help to see some grow in some different spaces. And one of the things I can say where I've seen the ones that were successful is that even though they wanted it all, they looked at me pretty quickly and said, I'd like 100%. But really and truly, if I'm going to be successful, I need to start with this 25%. And I need to do really, really well with that 25%. And I can tell you, I've brought some customers in, some of my suppliers in spaces that were really tough, and they focused. And when I say they had 100% backing, I felt like I could have gone to any person in that company and they would have given me their best effort. And they knew that when it was the opportunity to be successful, which would start with just a part audit. I mean, I can remember one company, they had issues getting it there, so they actually had somebody get in a truck and drive it right up to the plant so the quality people could do their checks. And they went through it and got thumbs up. Every single thing was correct. And they had such a focus and understanding of what our drawings were saying, understanding what our needs were. They asked lots of questions getting started. And then as they begin to go in production, understanding how to keep all those things on the floor, understanding that this is what we're making, this is our customer, this is what that customer truly needs. It was huge. That company continued to grow with us, but they grew at steps that made sense so that we didn't go in and give them more capacity than they could take. The worst thing that we can do for both of us, whether you're the customer or the supplier, is actually say, yeah, we can do this, and it fails. Because we all know that if that does happen, your customer doesn't get left with very many choices other than to move and to try to quickly reduce gaps that they have in their supply chain. So what I want to do is kind of close this one out as we're getting there. It's just some closing thoughts. Just kind of go back and remind ourselves of some things. At the end of the day, if you're trying to win over a new business, or even if you have current business with your customer, I still say the biggest thing, because there's so many risks right now. There's so many things that are going on. It's kind of a little bit of a wild environment in a way. Help your customers relax. I can't talk enough about partnership, and that goes both ways. Your customer needs to be wanting to be a partner, but also the same thing with the supplier. As we talked about risk, especially in the financial piece of it, transparency is a huge thing. And then last and not least, and what's big, is your quality program. Do what you say. So as we kind of think about the path forward, I would challenge the part of transparency is to be open in your planning. Plan the right mission, plan the right growth. Let's be realistic. And we got to remember, you as a supplier, empower your people. You got a great workforce. Let them help you. They can be great because don't forget, those are the people that when the guys go in on quality and look around, they're going to ask questions. And they're going to ask questions to some of the people on the floor to try to understand stuff. So your people are your great asset. And then understand when we're talking about risk, we've always got to be thinking about mitigation in place. What is that plan B? We're working with tier 2, tier 3 suppliers now that there are issues out there. And being able to have mitigation, and as a supplier, being able to work with your customer. Transparency is tough sometimes because sometimes you may not always have the best news, but the transparency can help you and your customer build the right mitigation in place when times are needed. And then last and not least, we want you as a customer, especially if you're a customer to Trane Technologies, if you're one of our suppliers, we want you to have a winning game plan. We want you to do well. We want you to succeed. And we want to build a partnership that's a win-win for both of us. So with that, I'm going to close out for supplier risk and quality. So that way we can make sure that I give time so that we can go look at circularity.
Hello, everybody. I am going to share my presentation. Just give me a minute here. So hopefully everybody is seeing the presentation up. So I'm going to get started now. Thank you all for your time this morning. I'm Swati Ramaswamy, Product Stewardship Leader at Trane Technologies. Trane Technologies, through our brands, Trane and Thermo King, we bring efficient and sustainable climate innovations to buildings, homes, and transportation. We focus on HVAC in buildings and cold chain in the transportation of food and medicines. My role is around the integration of sustainability and circularity into our products and services. Excited for the opportunity to be here this morning to talk about circularity and how we are approaching it. So circularity describes the shift from a linear take, make, use, and dispose model. That is, you take the raw materials, you make a product, sell it to a customer who uses the product, and then you dispose it. So it's the shift from that linear model to a closed loop system that cycles back products and materials and keeps assets and infrastructure in use longer. So this idea of circularity and a circular economy is gaining a lot of momentum these days. the world is less than 9% circular. So of all the materials that enters into the global economy every year, only 8.6 is cycled back, indicating the huge waste of resources that occurs and the opportunity that exists. And circularity is also closely coupled with carbon emissions reduction. So carbon emissions, as you may know, comes from the burning of fossil fuels to produce electricity and heat, the use of refrigerants and other chemicals, as well as agriculture and land use. A huge portion of global emissions are associated with the production of primary materials like concrete, metals, and plastics, which are very energy intensive. So by shifting to recycled and reused materials in a closed loop system, you can reduce the mining, extraction, and processing of those primary materials, thereby reducing carbon emissions as well. So there is also, sorry, I gotta go back a slide. There is also a lot of economic opportunity that can be unlocked through circularity. So because you're maximizing the value of those materials and assets, you're reducing your operating costs through maintenance and reuse. And you can also drive revenues from service-based models. So instead of selling a product, you can sell a maintenance or leasing service that can reuse that product. This results in a long-term strategic relationship with a customer, resulting in new revenue streams. So lots of promise with circularity. So our circularity approach here at Trane Technologies incorporates the 6 strategies that you see here from left to right. It starts with selecting the right raw materials like recycled or renewable materials. So recycled materials, metals, plastics, renewable materials like cardboard. Then we have design. And here strategies like designing modularly, use of standardized components. Those are all can allow for easy service, disassembly, and repair downstream. This can all aid circularity. So those are the first 2 strategies. And then on the back end, strategies like maintenance, reuse, remanufacturing, and recycling all help preserve the value of these products. So the tighter the loop is, the more the value that is preserved. So as you go towards the right with remanufacturing and recycling, you're handling, processing more, there's more logistics, so you begin to lose some of that value, but still that's better than sending stuff to a landfill. So with maintenance, including digital strategies like preventative maintenance, you are increasing uptime of your resources by avoiding equipment failures and costly repairs. With reuse, one strategy is selling products as a service. So that has, again, multiple benefits, being able to reuse those assets multiple times over the service life. It also, like I mentioned, allows you to develop a more long-term relationship with a customer, more strategic relationship. And for the customer, because they can lease or finance a piece of equipment over their contract period, it can result in a lower upfront cost. And then they can get newer equipment that's more efficient as they renew their contracts. Then moving on to remanufacturing and upgrades. Here you bring a piece of equipment or a component to like new quality, and you can offer it to your customers at lower prices. Again, a new business model or a revenue stream. And lots of industrial and automotive manufacturers are now offering lots of remanufactured parts and components and expanding this space. And finally, with recycling, you are returning materials to use that would have ended up in a landfill. And we've also all heard about the global supply chain risks and uncertainty lately. So being able to reclaim functional components and materials after consumer use lowers that risk. So that's another benefit of circularity. So here we make the connection between circularity and embodied carbon, a concept that's gaining ground within the buildings and the construction space. So embodied carbon, you may have heard, we talked about carbon emissions, which is all the energy, fuel that you use in producing, transporting, and distributing your products. So embodied carbon is really all of that carbon footprint, starting with the raw materials manufacturing, to the manufacturing of your products, to the transportation and distribution, and post-use. So the only thing that it excludes is this use phase or operational carbon. So it excludes the electricity that's actually used in a building to run that HVAC equipment or lighting, or the fuel or natural gas used to heat a building. So it excludes that operational carbon, but it includes everything else in that life cycle of that product. So as buildings tend to greater energy efficiency, that operational carbon will shrink, and then that embodied carbon, which is all that rest of the carbon footprint, is expected to become more prominent. And similarly, you've all heard about transportation and the move from gas and diesel vehicles to electrified transport. So similarly, that operational carbon of using gas or diesel during the vehicle's operation will reduce, and then everything from the manufacturing of the vehicle, the batteries that go into that electric vehicle, that's all expected to become more prominent. So we need to make sure we consider that whole life cycle carbon emissions, not just during the use of a product. And so we are seeing more interest from our customers in measuring that total life cycle carbon emissions and reducing it. And we hope that we can work with our own suppliers to meet that need. And so the tie between circularity and embodied carbon is that it takes a lot of energy and fuel to mine, extract, and process those raw materials like aluminum, like steel that we use in large quantities in our products. So if we can reuse and repurpose those materials instead of mining for them, that can greatly lower that embodied carbon. So over here, I talk about three groups of external stakeholders who are saying this is important. So as a company, we want to show leadership, but really we are seeing a lot of signals from our external partners and stakeholders. So from customers, for example, we have our large customers. So example, the large retail and grocery chains that we sell our equipment, HVAC equipment to, they've historically focused on the operational emissions. That is electricity in their stores and buildings, fuel use in their trucks. But in addition to that, they are now focused on circularity, on supply chain carbon emissions. And so they have these expectations of their suppliers. For example, Walmart has a challenge called the Gigaton Challenge. It's all about reducing a gigaton or 1 billion metric tons of carbon from their supply chain. So it's not just emissions from their suppliers, facilities, and transport, but also things like use of recycled materials in their product, which can all help reduce that upstream carbon. So we also have engineering firms. Those are our customers who work on designing and constructing buildings. So they are also beginning to focus on circularity and embodied carbon. So some of these firms have committed to the Steel Zero initiative, which is around the reducing the carbon footprint of steel, both on the production of primary steel, but also incorporating more secondary recycled scrap steel. So again, these engineering firms and other set of our customers are beginning to focus on circularity and embodied carbon. Then we have investors. Investors are looking at environmental, social, and governance ratings, the ESG ratings, like, for example, the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. So again, the Dow Jones Sustainability Index is rating companies now on their use of recycled materials, on their strategies to measure and reduce their life cycle carbon footprint of their products. So all beginning to become very important. And finally, there are regulations. As a company in the HVAC industry, our industry, we've been laser focused on trends around energy efficiency through things like building codes and shifting to lower global warming potential refrigerants. So we've seen a lot of regulations in that area, but we also see now extended producer responsibility laws in several US states and across the pond in the European Union that are emerging around how manufacturers now have to take responsibility for things like electronics, plastics, batteries. So we are seeing those regulatory trends emerging as well, and we want to be mindful and take care of and take those into account as well. So here on this slide, I talk about circularity goals and initiatives in other industry sectors outside of ours. I have some big names there. For example, in the technology sector, you see Google and Apple setting goals around the use of recycled materials. And in fact, Apple's goal is to use 100% recycled materials that's sourced from their own products as they close the loop. So when you return a cell phone or a Mac to an Apple store, they reclaim those products and they're looking to mine new materials from those reused products. So they've already achieved 100% recycled aluminum in their Macs, and they have facilities that in Texas that use robotics to disassemble these phones and laptops. So again, those materials can be reclaimed. In the automotive sector, companies like BMW, they are in the process of creating fully circular cars with recycled materials. And other heavy industrial equipment manufacturers like John Deere, like Caterpillar, they are focused on remanufacturing parts and components and offering these like new equipment to their customers for purchase. And then finally, in the consumer goods and retail space, Unilever is a big consumer goods company. They are focused on using more recycled plastic in products and packaging. And then Target, another big retailer, they are focused on designing circular products. So you can see a lot of lofty goals companies are setting around circularity. So definitely important for them. And they're looking for collaboration with their suppliers on these big lofty goals. So here I list some of the key organizations that are on our radar for circularity and embodied carbon. Our company is a member of the World Economic Forum and the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. They've all begun several initiatives in this space, and we are soon to be a member of Remade, another organization that's doing a lot of fundamental circularity research in development and innovation. So lots of new initiatives emerging from these organizations, and we have begun to collaborate with them. And then we have on the embodied carbon side, we have ASHRAE that's now focused on embodied carbon. There is also the US Green Building Council, as well as the World Green Building Council and the Rocky Mountain Institute that are also focused. They're looking beyond that operational carbon to everything else in that life cycle of a product or a piece of equipment. So we are looking to these organizations for thought leadership, for their thought leadership and collaboration across these topics. And then to my last slide here, we welcome the opportunity to work with other companies and suppliers on the topics I covered. Many of you perhaps are already in the process of working in these areas. So we love to learn and see where we can collaborate. And as we are discovering on some of our material circularity initiatives, especially looking at other sectors like automotive or technology, some of the companies and sectors I listed before who are further along in their circularity journey, it really takes a lot of parties collaborating across that value chain. So from that consumer brand to the product manufacturer, upstream to the materials manufacturer, to all work together on these initiatives, because nobody can do this alone. It really takes a village to work and make this happen. So with that, I'll wrap up. I hope you found this workshop useful, and we look forward to working with many of you. I thank you again for the TSMSDC for the opportunity to present today. And I think we have some time for questions. So thanks again.
At this time, we will open up for questions. For those of you who have questions, we direct you to ask your questions in the comments section of the platform. So if you have any questions, please type your questions in the comments section of the platform. We do have about 15 minutes prior to our next session. And I will place some of your comments on the screen as well. So thank you, Derek Dowell. He says, productive, enlightening, useful, and very informative workshop on quality and supplier risk circularity. Great presentations by Rob and Swathi. Thank you, Rob and Swathi, and Train Technologies, Cherry Henderson.
Thank you.
Renee says, good session. Any questions? All right. Marilyn Clark has a question. She says, is circularity seen as a sustainability function?
Absolutely. It's a part of sustainability. It's an emerging area in sustainability. And as we've talked about, it's closely tied to carbon emissions focus. Most companies, decarbonization is a key piece of their sustainability strategy. And that, again, ties to circularity. So absolutely. That's a great question.
Any other questions out there? Please type in the comments and let us know your questions for Rob and Swathi. And Rob and Swathi, if you have anything else that you want to add as far as your presentations, please feel free.
Yeah, we truly appreciate this opportunity to talk about these emerging topics. We love to hear ideas from the companies here. Again, it takes many of us working together to make this happen. So.
All right. Well, okay. We do have another question from Marilyn Clark. She says, sole sourcing is a supplier risk. I agree with what you said in your session, Rob.
Thank you for that. And you're right. I think sole sourcing is a huge opportunity for any supplier that's in this forum today. Definitely opportunities for you to be able to find ways to probably get your foot in the door in some of the businesses that you may not have had the ability to in just a couple of years ago. So please reach out, take those opportunities.
We have another question from Susan Marston. She says, Rob, you have and are working in quality. What does it take for suppliers to become ISO accredited?
Big process. if it was me and I was starting new, first thing I would do is start looking and trying to understand what the cost would be to get certified, because normally that means you're going to have to bring in a third party to do the audits and stuff. It really depends on your margins and your growth potential. I'm not going to sit here and say yes and no. Most, I can at least speak from Trained Technologies. Does it help for you to be ISO certified? Yes. But also, too, you can take the ISO book, because you can actually download that, and you can more or less audit yourself to see, does your quality system stand up to what ISO is looking for? And if you feel very confident with that, you should perform pretty well when you do an on-site audit. So, please do some digging. Understand that, yes, companies like to post their ISO certification in their lobby. Yes, I've seen many of them. But at the end of the day, I just can't say it enough. Do what you say, please, because that's what we're looking for, okay? But thank you for the question.
Any other questions at this time? Any other questions at this time? All right. Well, what we will do, we already have a designated time for break, but we could take a quick water break while we await our next speakers. And we'll come back about 5 minutes before our next time slot. So thank you, Rob and Swathi.
Y'all have a great day.
Thank you so much.
At this time, our next session will be moderated by Ms. Marcella McCullough. Marcella, we are ready.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Marcella McCullough, and I'm Senior Manager for Nissan North American Supply Diversity. Welcome. This session will be packed with full of energy and exciting speakers. This is Meet the Players, and it's part of the Raising the Bar mini-series. I'd like to, first of all, tell you that Nissan has a supplier diversity program. And even though I'm not on the panel, I have to give you my 2-minute commercial that we are very eager and excited about finding diverse suppliers to satisfy our supply chain as well. So with that being said, you can always reach out to myself for more information about Nissan's supplier diversity program. Before we get started, I'd like to again welcome everyone to this session. And you will be listening to a group of expert supplier diversity professional panelists who will present information to you about their company, organizations, and opportunities to secure business with them, and upcoming future and current information about opportunities. I'd like to also let you know that for the MBEs, hopefully you can take information back with you on how to do business with these corporations and organizations. And for the corporations who are supporting this, perhaps you can learn more about diversifying your supply chain. But before we get started, there are some few housekeeping tips. We're asking that you please mute your mics and also be mindful of background noises. And check your cameras to make sure you can see and hear properly the information. And please try to limit distractions. We're hopefully that you'll be pleased with the information being shared. And if time permits, we would definitely take questions at the end. Now let's meet our guests. And the first person, I hope that she's here, is Lisa Blake online? Okay. Lisa is with Altria Client Services LLC, and she holds a position of supplier diversity as a manager. And she is based in Virginia. In her role, she introduces diverse suppliers for the procurement of goods and services by implementing strategic initiatives, contractual and procedural compliances, and awareness campaigns. And she communicates the business case to the employees internally. She is also and has been an entrepreneur and the CEO of her own business, which was called Life Realities Greeting Cards LLC. Sounds really exciting, Lisa.
Thank you.
Yeah, she created a lot of personalized greeting cards, flyers, and event programs. And Lisa is a graduate of an HBU, Tuskegee University. Hey, good girl. In 1980, with honors, she earned an MBA degree, also in marketing from Silberman College of Business at Fairleigh Dickinson University. And she will be also supported by Shem Bonner. And Shem is the indirect procurement manager for U.S. Smokeless Tobacco Company for the North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky facilities. He is based here in Nashville, Tennessee, and oversees procurement for indirect materials, which means the service contracts, the OEMs, and equipment. Also for the locations in Nashville, Clarksville, and Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Shem is instrumental in building relationships and connections with diverse suppliers for Altria and the parent company of Philip Morris USA, Smokeless Tobacco Company, and Philip Morris Capital Corporation. He holds a CPSM and a CPSD certification from the Institute of Supply Chain Management and earns the BS degree in Operations Management from Auburn University and the Master's for Business Administration from LaGrange College. Let's welcome Lisa and Shem to deliver an outstanding message about their companies.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. It's great to be here. First, I'll start. Yes, my name is Lisa Blake. I'm Supply Diversity Manager. I'm here at Altria, formerly known as Philip Morris, and now Philip Morris is, of course, one of our sister companies. It's great being here. I've been a Supply Diversity advocate since 1997. Don't want to calculate my age at this point, but since 1997. So I've always been very interested in developing diverse suppliers, not because I'm an entrepreneur myself, but it's just very important because it's not just a philanthropic effort. It's a business imperative. And as a matter of fact, I just got off the phone meeting with our CEOs and his leadership team to talk about how supply diversity is imperative and how we need their assistance, because it's very important to get C-suite engagement within our corporations. And Shem, I'm just so thrilled that Shem is here because he's part of our supplier diversity army, and I'll let him provide his preliminary comments.
All right. Good morning to everybody. Supplier diversity is very important to Altria. I've been with the company over 25 years, and it's always been a very important aspect of our organization. I've worked in different areas, and we always try to pull supplier diversity to the front so that we can make sure that people have a seat at the table. And once you get the seat at the table, you have a chance to incorporate it into our different aspects of our organization. It's great to work with Lisa and her team to be able to bring in different suppliers and give everybody the opportunity to present themselves. So I am at the Nashville and Kentucky locations. That's who I support. So we make sure that we bring in diverse suppliers of different arenas, veteran-owned, women-owned, minority-owned, et cetera, to make sure that we can incorporate them into our business. So it's a pleasure to be here today, and I appreciate you all inviting me to be on the panel.
Thank you, Shem. So I'll just start off, and like I said, if there's any questions, feel free to ask. I'm not sure how this will work. Put it in the chat, and I'll make sure I answer the questions as best to my ability. So actually, this year, 2021, is actually our 40th year birthday in supplier diversity. So we've had a 40-year program, and like Shem mentioned, that we do engage diverse suppliers who are ethnically diverse, veterans, women-owned, disabled-owned, and LGBTQ+. And our disabled-owned is our newest designation that we support. And the TSMSDC is actually our newest council with whom we've engaged, because we are a national organization, and we recognize that we didn't have presence in the space that Shem works in. So we engaged not too long ago on getting used to the council, wanted to talk to diverse suppliers here to discuss some opportunities that are available. So I know the question is, what are you looking for? So the company is going through a big transition. I wanted to be very transparent, that we are a tobacco company, but we're moving beyond smoking and heading into different new products that reduce harm of tobacco smoke. So from a general perspective, my role is to make sure that I secure diverse suppliers who we run the gamut of things that we buy, from water bottles to research to electrical contractors, cleaning services. Anything that you could name, we buy. And when we actually had a Marlboro Ranch, we used to buy horses. So we run the gamut. So the reason I've asked Shem to be here is because I'm not as familiar with the house, because I am in Richmond. So we do have an advocacy network. This, this, of course, nationally based, but Shem, as well as some of our other employees that are going to be participating in the matchmaking event can share more about some of the services they're looking for. But Shem, I'll pass it over to you just to kind of talk about some of the bids that you have implemented, and then I'll come back to me, and then I'll share more about the type of suppliers that we're looking for, and then we'll go from there if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on the indirect materials procurement side. So my area focuses in on anything that affects the facility that's not associated with the direct materials. So we have a full gamut of different areas that affect the facility. And we have RFPs, which is request for proposal that is conducted at different times. And it just depends on when the contract comes up. When that contract comes up or coming to the end of the term, we reach out to our supplier diversity group, which is headed by Lisa as the manager, and try to see who's in the database, who can participate. And then we put them into the mix along with the other common suppliers that we've used in the past. And then we evaluate the pricing, we evaluate the value, we evaluate the capabilities and so forth to see if that company can meet our needs. And it's not just pricing. A lot of times you say, oh, I come in higher, but we look at the value. So we want to make sure that that company can meet our needs. So it's not necessarily the lowest price. It's the best value for what we need. And I do a lot of day-to-day work with the engineers, the maintenance crew, the surrounding areas like the grass cutting and so forth. So it can be a full gamut of things. We also look at parts and pieces to help run the machinery. So like I say, it could be the machine or the parts that we evaluate to see if there's a need for a supplier. So we have good contact with Lisa and her crew to make sure that we put in diverse suppliers so that we can sit them at the table and then give you a fair opportunity. But they go through the whole process to make sure that we come out at the end. We've had some success stories. We had a veteran on that recently was put into the mix to do our grounds work at our facility in Nashville. So that was a success story that they were able to meet our needs, and they are still meeting our needs. So we want to thank them for that. And we're always looking for opportunities. So even if there's large projects, we also look at projects to maybe insert smaller companies to get their feet wet, because I know you just want your foot in the door. And that's what we're looking for as well, foot in the door, so we can see your capabilities, so you can build up your strength to be able to handle the larger projects. So, but we're always open, and we're always looking for opportunities to work with other companies. And it's a great company to work for, Altria, and a great company to have great suppliers with us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shem. Did you have any questions, Marcella, before I kind of talked on a more broader sense about supplier diversity?
I don't. I think that Shem has delivered some key information. I think that everyone needs to understand that in the MBEs that you guys look at total value. You just don't look at cost. You look at capabilities and qualification.
That's right.
Also, you're offering access to opportunities, which is great. So for me, I thought that was really good information. Those are some key points that MBE should be taken away.
Absolutely, Marcella. And one thing, the company has changed, and our supplier diversity program has changed. I just took it over March of last year. Good. And we've completely, thank you. Yeah. We've completely revamped the program in so many different ways, because I will be very transparent, it's kind of, just kind of going along, right? And since actually the George Floyd murder, he did change the world in so many ways, and including our program. So now we have major partners, including, of course, the Tri-State Minority Supplier Development Council. But we do work with our corporate citizenship department, where there's engagement not only internally with our employee resource groups to push our message, also with our executive leadership team and his staff, but also within our community. I'm very heavily involved in supplier development in the Richmond community, where we're working with other corporations. These are things that we haven't done before. We kind of stood in a silo, but now we have a community of practice. What do we need to do? What do these suppliers need from us, instead of assuming
Right.
what they need? So because not all businesses are ready to grow, right? Not all of them are scalable. So we need to meet them where they are. And a lot of people assume that because we're such a large organization, which we are, that we don't do business with smaller companies. That is absolutely not true. We have, especially, for example, in our research area, we have businesses that are owned by one person.
Yeah.
Okay. So, don't think because we're a big organization that we only deal with, larger organizations. I really want to make that clear. And secondly, the kind of suppliers that we're looking for, one thing that always really amuses me when I get a capability statement, first of all, have a capability statement. I get a lot of emails that we do this or we do that. And that's not really our process. I will tell your suppliers or your members that we are in the process of revamping or reestablishing our supplier diversity portal. I found it ineffective. So we're in that process of signing contracts now for a supplier portal. So the way to engage, hopefully in January, we're going to have no later than February, we're going to have a supplier diversity portal with which to engage us. And we'll get your information and things, so you'll be part of our base of suppliers. Now, the way it works is, say, for example, if you reach out to me, Lisa, we provide electrical services. It's important that I see a well thought out capability statement. And one thing that I think our suppliers tend to do is say, we do everything. And, I just laugh, because that can't be the case. I know you guys are great out there.
Right.
However, leverage your core competency. That's the first thing I'm going to ask you. What is your core? Because I want to set you up for success. So because what my role is, I am not a decision maker. I specifically serve as a liaison to people like Shem. So if an electrical contract, hey Shem, there's a contractor you may want to look for, and he'll talk to, as a member of procurement, he'll talk to his business client to see if there's a possibility. And I will also be transparent. We do have contracts already in place, but what we're trying to do in supplier diversity is either one, let it be a full-fledged takeover from a majority supplier, or at least get a piece of the pie.
Yeah.
And one thing that we always try to push too, we know, like I said, suppliers are great out there, right? But sometimes you start small. Right? You start small, just like I did with my very small. I have a very small business, but it starts and then it grows. So you may be also willing to be tier 2. There's nothing wrong with that, because we do have a tier 2 program. And for those who are not familiar with what tier 2 is, it's like you're a subcontractor to our direct, very simply stated. So, money is everywhere. Okay. So even if you're not direct, tier 2 opportunity is just as good to get your foot in the door, to learn more about us. We're a very aggressive company, and we do have high expectations of our suppliers. But now with supplier diversity, we're getting more into, from our community impact strategy, more mentoring. So what I do is charge the enterprise, what can you do? Because we mold and develop our majority suppliers so we can do the same. But I also mentioned that just because you're diverse doesn't mean you need mentoring. Okay. That, our diverse suppliers are capable, they have capacity. And if you don't, we're here to help. So we're kind of building that bridge, working with other corporations as well, to really delve more into supplier development. And what we're doing, as Shem mentioned, RFPs, originally our program is like, hey, okay, you can use diverse suppliers if you want. Now, I tend to be a little feisty. Now we have a procedure that's in place that requires you to at least use, at least use up to 2 diverse suppliers in our RFPs. And if you don't, you need to come to supplier diversity and find some. And there are areas it's very difficult to find diverse suppliers, especially in our new product space, because it's a whole new world of opportunities. However, in 2022, with our Supplier Diversity Amplified program, we're going in narrow and deep. So when you bid, it's not just enough to say, oh, our diverse supplier didn't win. Well, why didn't they win? We have skin in the game. Are our requirements too much? When you develop the scope of services, does it align? Why are they not bidding? So I'm asking more probing questions so we could build more strategies around our supplier diversity program.
Absolutely.
As well as our diverse supplier ecosystem. Chef, if you want to share more about bidding and what you're looking for, feel free to do so.
Right. We have a process that's electronic. It's called workforce strategic sourcing. We send it out electronically, so it's pretty standard information, questions about your company. So we try to make sure that's all equal to every company, that they answer all the questions, and it's pretty straightforward. And as the procurement manager, I am the central point of contact. So the smaller companies, if they have even more questions, you can reach out to me, and I'll try to help answer those questions if you're new to working with our company. So we go through that process to make sure they are on an equal footing with other companies. And I really like our electronic system that we utilize called the Scout. There may be other projects that we'll just reach out to you for a quote. That's some quick projects that'll happen. But as long as we have contact with you, and by working with Lisa in the supplier diversity team, we can put you in the mix. And after the RFP, we sit everybody around and look at our proposals that come in, and we may reach out to have you do a presentation. You come in and do the presentation if we need further questions and so forth. And that always works out well, especially with companies that we're not familiar with. That gives the business a chance to ask more detailed questions. And I'm there as a middleman to make sure that we're treating our suppliers fairly, giving them all the information, equal information to properly bid. So it works real well. And I saw foot in the door was a question I think I saw pop up a little while ago. That foot in the door is very important. As Lisa mentioned, tier 2, that is an opportunity to work with our suppliers under that umbrella. But you do have an opportunity down the road to become a tier 1 if you have tier 2 work that you take on, like a mechanical supplier or an electrical supplier. They may have a piece of the work to give you, and then you work through them, and then we see the work that your capabilities, and we'll bring you up to a tier 1 for smaller projects, and bigger projects as well. So we just got to evaluate. It's all about the evaluation. It's all about the communication, and just working through to make sure that we have what your capabilities are, incorporate them into what we have, and making it a success story.
Absolutely. And that's a great point, because I used to be in Shim's place and evaluate bids and things of that nature. And I do see a question in the chat about defining best value. So I'll give my perspective, and Shem, feel free to give yours. So, and there was a great point that you made. It is not just cost. Altria, we do look for the best. I will say that. So from my perspective, when we're looking at total value, when we're looking at the bid and the questions that we have implemented in the bid, when I think of total value, is what is the best makeup? What is the best service and delivery? Of course, cost is there, of course. But there have been times that we have chosen the highest price supplier because they have the best product or service. They give us the A team, right? We're not just dealing with somebody kind of fly by night. We're obtaining someone from their team that will be be readily available. Well, if we have questions or if we want to increase our scope, and someone that's adaptable, someone that's innovative. We also ask questions from our tier 1 suppliers as far as do you support supplier diversity? You know, do you have policies in place? So we're looking for suppliers, especially our tier 1 suppliers, that are like-minded to us. Because I have found that as we kind of go through this process and amplify our program, some people haven't caught on board to just diversity as a whole. So who we want to engage, we're not sure. You know, so we look at the entire package. So that's what we mean by value. And that's, of course, based on the product or good that we're looking for. And what I always say is that we don't always go second round in our bids. So we've noticed that some people, you know, kind of hold back a little, wait for second round. I strongly recommend that you do not do that, because we may not. We're very quick with speed to market. So a lot of times we do not go second round. So it's always best to put your best foot forward. And we have to be fair. So Shem mentioned equitable treatment. We have to be fair, especially when we're going through our competitive bid process, to everyone involved. And as a matter of fact, what we're trying to do is implement blind RFPs where our business clients don't know who's diverse or not. So that way it will minimize bias in the process. And that's also something new that we're doing. Shem, is there anything to add, you know, regarding the value standpoint?
Yeah, as far as value, you're looking at the full capabilities, not just pricing. You're looking at, do you have to subcontract a lot? Do you do we have direct contact? What's the communication channels? So it's not just pricing. Pricing is just a piece of it. We look at the strength of your company. Are you in it for the long haul? You know, can we depend on you? What's some examples of successful work that you've done in the past with other companies? So we look at the full package and say, hey, this is a great company. They've got some great, they got to have a great resume and so forth. So we just look at the full package and then make a decision. And we have a voting process where we vote and have discussion. And at the end of the day, it's not just cost, it's the complete value.
Yeah, and a scoring matrix. That's also very important.
Absolutely.
That's very important.
I think an evaluation of suppliers after you have given an opportunity to quote is very important. And I also appreciate you guys saying you give feedback. You go back, Lisa, and ask why, what happened, why didn't they win the business? I think that's very critical. And also, Lisa, a question came up, like, in the interim of you getting your supplier portal ready, how would a supplier contact Altria in order to do business with you guys?
So in the interim, even though this is not the best, but I do have there's two ways to do it, but I suggest you email me directly. At this point, I could put my email address in the chat. We
That's
also
perfect.
I'll do that. And this is temporary because I've been getting a whole bunch of emails, but I will put that. Yeah, I know. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm doing that. But let me put the email in the chat. So temporarily, you can email me with a capability statement. When we establish our registration portal, because I'm really trying to see what I want that to look like, but it will provide a link where you can put in all of your information. And one thing, I can't believe I forgot to mention this, one thing that's very important is that based on our 40-year history, I strongly encourage certification. We really look for certified suppliers. We do have some flexibility in other means, but you are with the tri-state. So it's very important because preference is given to those diverse suppliers who are certified. So you may want to say, I might let a good certification go next year. It does not mean that we will not engage with you, but when you are a certified organization, right? You kind of have a heads up. So I guess that's a little sales story for Tri-State too. No, I think I just think it's very important to maintain your certification, because we also have another program with certifications. We're trying to establish why diverse suppliers aren't certified. Some people say they don't receive the benefit, but what they don't see is everything that you put into it. So if they're having these programming efforts and things of that nature, which corporations are members. So we see who's actively engaged in these various programming efforts, because we have a seat at the table. We offer grants, we offer scholarships, things of that nature, even with the raising the bar. Oh my God, the time is up.
The time is up, Lisa and Jim. Oh my goodness. See how engaged you are? But you have passion. When you have passion for supply diversity, the time goes by fast. So I'd like to thank Lisa and Jim. Do we have any time for any questions from the audience, please? If you do, please quickly put it in the chat. And we'll try to answer those questions for you.
Yeah, that'll be less emails I'll receive. Yeah, feel free to ask questions, but as they're writing questions in the chat, I did receive a list of things some of the services we're looking for. So building and facilities, contractors who support HVAC, contractors who support office renovations, electrical contractors, lighting, power distribution, or controls wiring, mechanical contractors supporting equipment movement and metal fabrication. We're looking for engineering design firms, and we're also looking for fire protection contractors to install and or service sprinkler systems. Now, that's not an all comprehensive list. That doesn't mean, and also please, we are a company that has contractors, so that doesn't mean that you will never get a chance. Sometimes it requires patience, drive, and diligence. Absolutely. So, sometimes it's all in timing. So I definitely wanted to end there.
Well, they're giving us the sign to say get off. So
oh my God, we can pull off the stage, Jim.
Thank you so much for your time and energy. And we will take questions at the end, I'm told. So stay tuned, hang around, and we will get back with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you for your great information. All right. So next, we will continue the session. And the next presenter is Kirby Watson. And Kirby is the Principal Program Manager, Supplier Diversity and Citizenship for GE Appliances. Hi, Kirby. It's good to see you. You're on mute. You on mute.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
I'm back now. Okay.
How you doing?
Yeah. I'm great. It's good to see you. And a little bit more about Kirby. Kirby, he leads the work to identify and develop small, local, and diverse suppliers to support business and to build those suppliers into indirect categories for strategies. And prior to coming to GE, Kirby had a 15-year career with Volvo Group, North America, and Mack Truck. So we worked together in the automotive industry for a while. Right. His last role was Supplier Diversity Manager and Small Business Liaison Officer, responsible for reestablishing and developing and administrating corporate diversity for small business. Kirby, welcome.
Thank you very much.
We're looking forward to you giving your dynamic presentation about opportunities as well. So without further ado, Kirby Watson, please.
Well, thank you very much. And Lisa, I think she broke in my house and stole a lot of my notes because she used a lot of stuff I was going to say. So I got to pivot and come up with some other good stuff. But thank you all for having me. Tri-State. I moved here a year ago from North Carolina, Aggie Pride, North Carolina A&T. But with the opportunity to work at GE, which was a great opportunity for me. Crazy time during the pandemic, but we made it through. And I heard we're going back to work physically January 3rd. So I can finally meet some people instead of always being on Zoom or Teams. So I want to give a quick presentation, about 5 or 6 slides, just to kind of talk about who we are. I know some people probably think we're still under the GE umbrella, parent company, but we're definitely not. We're on the Hire now, which is a Chinese-based company. Let me find the presentation. It was easier yesterday. Let me see where it is. Where did it go? All right. Let's see. Where is my PowerPoint? Why is it not showing here? So, but yeah, like I said, now we're on the higher group. Let me see why it's not coming up. 1 second. I'm sorry.
That's okay. While Kirby's doing that, I miss telling you a little bit more that Kirby does science degree in information and operations management at UNC Greensboro. And he has a Master of Science Management from North Carolina A&T, another HBU university.
Yep.
And he's also served in the United States Army. So Kirby, thank you. I'm sorry I missed that part. I was so excited to see you.
No, Marcel, no problem at all. No problem at all.
Okay.
So first, I'm going to show a quick video, and then we'll go into some quick slides. So
thank you.
We're on presentation mode.
Kirby, we need to see you in presentation mode. It's not in presentation mode at the moment.
I thought I had it in presentation mode. Not in presentation mode?
No,
you still don't see it?
The one next to that one, to the left.
It looks like he's clicking presentation mode, but it's not showing it, the screen. He has a slideshow presentation according to his little icons.
Yeah, it's not
Can
showing.
You click the one next to it? Could you click the one next to it? See what happens. Yes.
This is not just an oven.
Can you see it now?
This is innovation.
No, we can't see it.
This is smarter innovation.
Don't worry about it. It's a good commercial, right? Trying to get you all to buy some appliances, right? So I'll just go with this presentation. You all can get that later. But it was just showing the different products that we have. We have Monogram, Cafe, the GE, the Profile, the Higher, and Hot Point are our brands that we have. So, it's about to be Black Friday. Go out there and spend that money on GE appliances. Of course, demand has gone up since the pandemic. People are staying home more, washing more clothes, cooking more. So for us, even if it's a bad situation, business is looking good. We just need some employees. So if you know anybody who want to work at GE, please let me know. I can guarantee I can get them a job.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go quickly pull this up. Now, can you see the slide?
Yes.
Okay. So just quickly, like I said, we're not part of GE, the parent company anymore. We're part of Higher around 2016. So it's been about 5 years that we fall under their umbrella. So we're still born in the U.S. and backed by the world's largest appliance brand. GE, we have about 14,000 employees, contributing to 46 states, local economies. And like I said, our appliances are in half of all U.S. homes. We have about $32 billion. Higher has $32 billion in revenue. Higher has about 100,000 employees, and they're across 100 countries and regions all over the world. So what we build, each year we build about 2,500 units per hour. We deliver appliances every 4.5 seconds. We recycle 100 million pounds of cardboard, wood, and plastic. We procure about $2.6 billion in parts. We ship about 25 million parts and accessories, and we manage 21 million calls through our call centers on a yearly basis. Just quickly about Louisville, the global headquarters is called Appliance Park. We have about 750 acres of industrial park established in 1951, about just over 7,000 employees there, and over 1,000 design and manufacturing engineers. Our largest manufacturing site with 5 facilities making washers, dryers, dishwashers, and refrigerators. And we're a city within a city. We have our own zip code out there. I've been out there 3 times in a year and a half, but it is humongous. So I'm excited about finally getting back out there, getting there and kind of meeting people. So what do we buy? On the direct material side, of course we buy stainless steel, resin, motors, paint, corrugated boxes, handles, knobs, everything that goes on appliances. Indirect side, anything dealing with marketing, IT, definitely, contingent labor, anything dealing with fleets, HR benefit services and things of that nature. We also have a big portion of what we do is source finished goods. It's already pretty much complete. It comes already kind of assembled, a lot coming from overseas. And then we also have an aftermarket of about $160 million a year. We have about 60,000 parts that we keep in inventory in order to support the appliances that we build on a day-to-day basis. Unlike Altria, I say we have a program that started back in 2 years ago. We had a buyer that was doing it maybe 25% of the time after we left or after we separated from GE. So GE had a diversity program, but it kind of took that with them, leaving us kind of without a program. So like I said, I started in 2020. We call it a relaunch phase. Fresh eyes, kind of re-energizing our relationship with the councils. Hence the reason I got with Tri-State to kind of better that relationship. This year was more of an integration. We had some outreach events that we attended, kind of finishing up on spend targets, better relationship with advocacy groups. By the way, my last job prior to this, I was with TSMSDC, which is an affiliate of NMSDC in the North Carolina, South Carolina, and Richmond, Virginia South. So I knew Lisa and our trio back then in my previous life. But so very familiar with advocacy groups and the value that they have. So hence the reason I'm working with Susan to kind of better our relationship and get more visibility going forward. We have a supply diversity portal that is going to be active probably with I think the last week in December. So it probably doesn't serve a purpose to launch it until next year. I know everybody be out, but we do have a supply diversity portal now. And part of that portal, we will have a tier 2 program. So we will launch that program Q1 of 2022. As you see, everything is starting from scratch, right? So if you look at the, best practice for NMSDC, you see a lot of these things that they recommend that you do. So communication plan, working internally with my communication people to develop an internal and an external plan for communication. Next year, we will also start our internal awards recognition program to our buyers and advocates that support what we're doing on a quarterly basis. And then the framework for our supply development plan. That's something that we're working on. I think is very critical that we have that. That would kind of go away from the maybe transactional type approach into more of a partnership with our diverse businesses or minority businesses. Also maybe establish a mentor protege program, some coaching involved with that. And like I said, the main thing is to be more transparent with our potential suppliers. So I look forward to next year. We call that sustainability. And then 2023, more of a growth and maturity stage. We'll launch that development program. Hopefully we can compete for some advocacy awards. Not necessarily it's all about the awards, but if we do what we're supposed to do in-house, everything else will take care of itself, right? So, competing for these awards is more of just a indicator that we are doing the right things. Always establish a continuous improvement program. Every 2 or 3 years, you kind of look at your program, make sure you're doing the correct things, make sure make sure your engagement levels are where they need to be and things of that nature. And then, of course, be a leadership voice. I want to get I have an executive advisory council made up of 14 executives. We meet on a quarterly basis. My CPO, Rob Lister, is my champion. And, I want to get a lot of my executives out talking about GE appliances, showing our commitment to supply diversity going forward. I think Lisa talked about George Floyd. Our big thing here was Breonna Taylor, right? So, and I think that really impacted Louisville in a way that, unless you're here, you wouldn't understand. When I first got here, it was protests, right? So just kind of being part of that whole dilemma and crisis that were going on back during that time, it kind of helped push that program forward. and demanded more from our company to do more with diverse businesses, in particular minority businesses, and then even particularly that, Black-owned business. So just kind of going in the West Louisville area, that's the big part of the economic disparity in Louisville, and kind of doing more in that area is a way that our CEO is kind of saying, hey, we hear it, we get it, we want to do more. Hey, bring these minority business to us and seeing what we can do in order to help them going forward. So I'm very excited about Kevin Nolan. I've talked to him maybe 7, 8 times already within a year. I don't know if any of y'all in corporate, that's not always a given. So just to kind of have his ear and, hey, Kirby, what can we do more? I don't want to just do send money to West Louisville. I want to, let's find something that we can support economic development, not just writing checks. So just having that outlook is very important to our program and what we got going forward. And just how to contact me, take a picture, whatever.
Kirby.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Do you have that information on your slides? Because your slide is just showing the first slide.
Oh, why you didn't stop me?
Well, they did send a message to you, but
I don't see a message. I just see.
I didn't want to interrupt your flow because you were doing so well. But
can you see it here? Huh? Can you see the slide now?
I see. Yeah, we see the slide, but it's still on number 2 slide where it says "Born in USA, backed by the world's largest appliance brand."
No, I've been from
well,
that.
We were saying that it wasn't going forward, so I didn't know if you were manually clicking your presentation or it just wasn't moving.
Yeah, I was manually clicking it. Like I said, I went.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's still stuck, but that's okay. If you could just give your how to contact you in the chat box.
Yeah.
For some reason, the presentation just froze.
Oh wow, yeah, because I was.
Yeah, now we see that.
Okay. So you see all that now.
I do see all that now. Yes.
See, I'm not even in presentation mode now. I'm just.
I have no clue what happened.
Okay.
What we buy? Okay.
Yeah. My apologies.
It looks like a great presentation. I'm sorry we missed a lot of slides, but yeah.
All right. So that's just like I said, this the presentation side of it. I know some important questions is I think we talked about MBEs being included in our sourcing process. Yes, they are. Right now, like I said, we're starting from scratch, right? We're kind of saying, hey, what can we do in order to be more visible, be more transparent in what we do and how we engage with our diverse businesses. We do have a men of one type approach when it comes to RFQs, and also, if not, then why not, right? If they didn't get it, okay, we understand that. Why they didn't get it. And did you, like I think Lisa said, did you provide that feedback to that minority business to help them to be more marketable next time, right? We also have what we call a funnel approach. I work with the buyers. You know how the funnel works. You start oil, whatever, and at the end, it's something drops out. I'm working with the buyers to say, hey, even if there's no RFQ, let's go ahead and look at some of your categories and see what categories that you have the most spend in or the most opportunity in going forward. Let's get some of these suppliers in here and pre-qualify them and vet them. And then, at the end of the day, if I give you 10, maybe 3 will be what we deem as be on preferred list of any opportunities that might come up, right? So that kind of shortens the RFQ process, because now we've already vetted that supplier. We already know they're ready to do business with us. So, like I said, that curve should be much shorter than it would be if they just come to me like, hey, do you got any diverse suppliers that can fit this space? One other thing we have is a monthly sourcing review landscape that we have with me and my CPO. We co-chairing that, and that is bringing the buyer to the table and to the carpet and say, hey, what opportunities do you have available, right? And then talking about what diverse suppliers were included. What is your strategy when it comes to this category, and how can we make sure that the inclusion of diverse suppliers are well represented, if applicable? So not just me holding them accountable, but it's CPO having that conversation with them on a monthly basis based on the category that we're looking at. I think that's really holding accountability of what's going on throughout the sourcing organization. Lastly, one thing that we're doing is working with the business units and what we call micro enterprises, which is cook, the refrigerator, refrigeration, the dish, and the laundry. Those are our 4 categories that the product side, we're working with them to say, hey, especially on the business unit side, is like buyers have some say so, but more times than not, the stakeholder really decides who they want to use, right? Especially if it's marketing or something like that, that they have these strategic type of relationships that they don't want to take that chance and go outside that comfort zone. So we're working with them to say, hey, we're showing you, here's how much spend that you have for this particular business unit, and this is the only diverse spend that you have. We understand some strategic things that you don't want to go away from, but you could, like I said, peel some of that off and give a chance to a minority business and then grow them, at the level they're ready to grow. So not only working with the buyers, we're working with the business units, and we are working with product management to show them, hey, here's how your particular area is doing. How can we collectively work together in order to change that number and change the results? So I didn't know if there was any specific question, but we want to talk about opportunities. We have a project going on now called Reshore, which is bringing a lot of production from Asia back to the U.S. Of course, because of supply chain management issues, because of the pandemic. So we have, of course, metal stamping, injection molding, sub-assembly work, kitting. On the indirect side, anything that supports that, general contractors, anything in construction, we have a lot of opportunities for, because we're constantly building within Louisville, as well as the 4 other manufacturing facilities we have in Tennessee. We have another one in Camden, South Carolina as well. So anything that supports that, we're always looking for. Probably the best way is kind of initially talking to me. Like I said, I have been with the council, so I do mentoring of minority businesses to say, hey, you're not ready for us on that level yet. Like I think Lisa said, maybe tier 2, maybe look at a joint venture, right? Someone that helps you be more marketable. If you're good in one thing and a minority business that's good in another thing, form that joint venture and come to us and see, and show us, hey, I'm good in this, but collectively we good in that. And now that, now we're ready to be a tier 1, not always a tier 2, tier 3 type approach. So I didn't know if you had any questions, Marcella, in particular.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I always have a question. So Kirby, first of all, thank you for the information. I really appreciate it. It's good to know that you're actually looking at re-engineering the supplier diversity program. And looking at what you mentioned today, you're in the integration stage, and to next year you had been in sustainability stage. You did mention a couple of things, though, key points, that your supplier diversity portal, it's going to be ready in the first quarter of 2022. Yes. Okay. And then during that time, before that time, is there a way that suppliers could reach out to you if they have any interest, especially since you're saying that you're reshoring commodities right now? Yeah, we're doing it in the automotive industry too. We're actually bringing things back in, as you know. So this would be an opportunity for them to definitely sign up for potential injection molding of stampings that you mentioned. So is there a way that in the interim that, because first quarter could be March, right? It could be January. So in the interim, is there a way that they can reach out to you? Or
yes, I just put my email address on there.
Okay.
That's probably the best way to contact me. I'm an office of one, right? Lisa said my team. I'm like, team? Where does that come from? Me, myself, and I as a team. But no. So right now, just contact me. Like I said, the portal will help tremendously because, like I said, it can kind of give you all an opportunity, a platform to put information on there. Then I can direct that to the right buyer associated with that. I just know that we have real aggressive targets. So, and like I said, Kevin Nolan, who's our CEO, said, hey, if you don't know Kirby Watts, you better get to know him. I'm like, wow, you said it on stage? Okay. So now I got it. Now I got to perform, right? So, just reach out to me. I know we've talked to a few people in Tri-State already. We have some relationships that we've already developed with Tri-State minority businesses, but we can always do more.
Okay. That's good information. I really appreciate it. And I'm sure the audience got a lot of information on what opportunities you have coming down the pipeline. And just to reflect, you do buy production of parts for your internal manufacturing, and you also do indirect. So,
Yes.
teams, this is a good opportunity to reach out to Kirby Watson and GE Appliances.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you can get the slides so you can kind of see as a reference. I apologize for that again, but any questions, just please ask. Feel free, and I will definitely get back in contact.
Okay. Great.
Well, at this time, we will open up for a few questions. I'll bring Shim and Lisa back.
Thank you.
There were some questions in the comments that I was flashing on the screen, so let me bring them back here.
And then we'll do Marilyn next.
Oh, Kirby, I do want to make a mention. 1.5. It's me and a half of another person.
So
Did I get half of that half?
So Marquise?
So there were a couple of questions, and unfortunately, I don't see Marilyn. I think she may be having some technical difficulties.
Oh, wow. Okay, because we did have, for the audience, in case you saw Marilyn's picture, Marilyn Clark is Supplier Diversity Manager of University of Kentucky in Lexington. She was also a panelist and was going to share a lot of insight on how to do business with the University of Kentucky. Initially, she was having some technical difficulties, and I don't know. Markeith is the technical guy. So if she's not online, then we will have to proceed with the questions with the current panelists that you see in front of you.
Yes. And so there was a question earlier from Derek Dow. He said it was a question to Shim. How do you define best? I think, did we cover that? We did.
We did.
We did.
All right, let me move down further. Mr. Watson, are there any opportunities in your support service operations for call center services and support? Did we cover that?
No, we did not. Opportunities, we definitely have a space. I would have to check with the buyer that handles that, but we have different areas, of course, in finance, services that we have call center support. So, and that's a pretty significant spend in the indirect side. I just have to, maybe get you with that particular buyer and kind of have that conversation. So just reach out to me and we can kind of have a, extended conversation on that.
Yeah.
All right. Lisa she had a question as well. That was, it's one thing. Oh no, she had a statement.
Yes,
it's one thing to throw money at programming. It's another to actively engage.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just made that comment because there's a couple of things that I want your diverse supplier community to understand and know, that we do, like I said, offer sponsorships and throw money, but where we're more evolving, is getting more involved with your development, with mentoring, with coaching. That's something that our program has never done before, and we're looking at new and innovative ways to help. And one thing that you actually brought up, Kirby, which I think is also important, we work at these large corporations, and I think a lot of people may assume that there's plenty of us working on supplier diversity, and that is so not the case.
Right.
That's right.
I have to fight for resources. I have to use any of our employees to take initiative to help flex teams, ER.
Right.
I try to have to pull from other parts of the organization. So I don't want you to walk away with, we have these big, large teams. Some people do.
Right.
I don't. It's myself and one other young lady who also has other other responsibilities.
Right.
So it's really like a team of one or two,
Right.
generally speaking, at the most. So if you don't hear from us immediately,
Right.
want to get that understanding of why you may not, but we will get back to you. Just wanted to make a mention.
Yeah, you got to be
jump
creative.
in real quick,
Yeah.
because Marilyn has
Marilyn.
joined us. We didn't
I'm
see you for a
sorry.
while, Marilyn. So we want
Yes.
to make sure that we acknowledge that
Welcome.
you're here. And
I'm
give
sorry.
you
I'm
an
sorry.
introduction.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. I think I was in two places at one time. That doesn't work very well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, virtually it doesn't. Got it.
Well, Marilyn, do you want to share your information for people to connect with you? Because we are right up on our next section of the event, and I want to make sure people at least have your information.
Yeah, I will give my email address here. I am so sorry because I was so looking forward to sharing all the things that we're doing here. I'm also going to list our, let's see if I can, I'll also put somewhere today, I'll put our bids and opportunities in the chat box.
And you, Marilyn, maybe you could even send it to the tri-state groups, and they might be able to find another way to send that opportunity, because Cherry does send information out about bid opportunities
Yes.
from time to time, and maybe that'll be a good way to share that with everyone, and Cherry can send it out electronically to her constituents as well.
Okay. Again, I'm really sorry. I think I was on the stage, but not backstage. So,
I got it. Trust me.
yeah,
I
yeah.
understand. But while Marilyn's doing that, I'd like to again thank everybody for participating. And I want to echo everyone's comment about having patience with supply diversity. I know that a lot of times people send us emails and they send them back to back to back. And then I say, listen, you haven't replied. But, you know, we are the mighty few. That's what I call us, the mighty few. And we are very passionate about what we do, but we can't always reply back directly to someone. So again, just have patience and know that we will get to you. And when we reply, we are very sincerely looking at opportunities. And we also, for those of us who have portals, would like for you to make sure you sign up on the portals, because we do use them. And I know a lot of people don't like that, but the portals are critically important. We do go in there and pull data basically on the commodity opportunities. If someone comes to Nissan and come to me and say, hey, can you find a company that supplies injection molding, I'm going to put up all my injection molding companies in that portal. And if you have your capability statement in there, your certification information there, then you're going to be the first ones I pull up. If you have complete information, I am not going to waste my time going through all the detail. I'm just being honest, folks. I'm just trying to keep it real.
Yeah.
So those of you who actually complete it and do all the information, then we will be looking at you first. So thank you very much. Any other comments from anyone else before we wrap this up?
Well, here's what we can do, because there are some technical challenges that our keynote speaker is having.
Oh,
and
really?
So we can give Marilyn a few minutes to do. She did have a brief presentation,
Awesome.
so let's give her a few minutes to do her
Absolutely.
presentation while we
you.
are waiting for these technical difficulties with our
Okay.
speaker.
Okay.
Adaptability. That's what
Sister Marilyn, you're not
so
the only one. You're not the
I'm
only
not
one.
the only one.
No.
Okay,
Relax. Just do your thing.
So
That's
Kirby's
right.
gonna have to help me with these slides. So I'm
You don't
gonna
want
try
Kirby
it.
help. I'll drop the bomb on it too. I fumbled the ball on that too. So
That's why we didn't have slides.
I'll tell you what.
That's
Let me do it. I can upload your slides, and you could just tell me to click.
Okay,
How about that?
that's even better. I love that.
that's
So let
right.
me.
That's even better.
That's even better. That's even better. But while he's doing that, I want to echo some things that everybody else said, which was changing your focus after 2020. Definitely, that's how I got here, because of diversity efforts here at the University of Kentucky. Have a capability statement. I use those as calling cards. So please have that. We're all about community impact, shared values. I think that's something that Lisa and Shim talked about. Certification is really, really important. There are my slides. And, just like we just finished talking about, we are usually an office of one. And so, okay, I'm going to run through this. I'm glad we have the opportunity to kind of talk about the University of Kentucky. I'm not sure if you can put it in full mode, but we'll go from here. One of the things about the University of Kentucky is, like the other organizations here, is that it's very large, and we try to make it so that you can come in here and be comfortable trying to do business with us. That's the whole reason that I'm here. The other thing that I do want to say is thank you for the support that people have poured out for Western Kentucky. We have students that are from there. We have faculty that's from there. And so we appreciate that. Okay, there you go. So one of the things I'm going to run through a couple of slides on our procurement process so that you know that we do have personal service contracts. Those are something that smaller companies can enter into for various consulting work. We do RFQs and RFPs, general construction, and construction manager at risk for our construction projects. And we will have a lot of those. I dropped our bids and opportunities page in the chat. So hopefully that's going out. That's a private chat. But anyway, here's the link on the screen so that you can also go to our page directly and you'll be able to see everything that we have open. Please bookmark that. I'm going to go to the next slide. The other thing that $40,000 is our level that we start the bidding process. And so we are trying very, very hard to get more minority contractors on long-term price contracts. That means you come in, the contracts roll over from year to year, and hopefully to 3 or 5 year span. That is how we want to be able to grow companies so that you have a solid base. We probably have about $1.4 billion that come through this office. I would say about $875 million is addressable spend. So we have a very long way to go to reach our 10% goal and go beyond that with that amount of money that's flowing through our office. So we are working diligently to find more companies. I'm going to go to the next slide. These are some of the people who handle some of the different categories in our office. I will tell you that medical is a really, really big category for us. We have the Children's Hospital, we have the Chandler Hospital, we have Good Sam Hospital, we have Shriners Hospital, we have Eastern State Hospital, we have hospitals across the state. So medical is a really, really big area for us. We know that medical is purchased through Vizient and Medline and GPOs. And so we want to learn that process so that we can get more of our companies involved in medical purchasing. So go to the next slide. Okay, so UK has over 1,000 price contracts, and that is a lot of contracts. So here are some of the things that I looked at that are coming down in 2022. So we have trades, and that's going to be any kind of trade like not electronics, but electric, masonry, flooring, you name it, HVAC. So that's going to come out in January of 2022. So please look for that. If you are in the trades, please look for that and respond. Professional services, architects and engineers, we have a process that you go through. Specialty catering, consulting services, search firms, landscaping, window cleaning, so on and so forth. So we have quite a few contracts that will be coming up for renewal in 2022, where we will be working diligently to get more minority and women and veteran-owned companies on those contracts. To the next slide. So here are the really big things that I do want to talk about, and I thank you for the extra couple of minutes. We will have a number of construction projects. That is a big area for us. Two in particular, we will have a medical education building that will be $300 million and over. We will also have a cancer ambulatory center that is $300 million and over. Those contracts are in the process of being designed and will probably bid in 2023. So we will be looking diligently all over the state for companies that can come in and work on these particular projects. They will be a construction manager, which those are bid by an RFP, where we will be asking their whole process for bringing in inclusion on these big contracts. This is really, really important to us. And there are a number of other sizable contracts that are already in progress. So I will share this with Susan and Sherry, and we'll send it out to anybody who wants to look at this in a little bit closer fashion. Let's go to the next slide. So in keeping with the fact that we have a lot of construction coming down the pike, the University of Kentucky has teamed up with Turner Construction and the Kentucky PTAC office to put together a construction diversity accelerator program. This will be a 10-week accelerated program for businesses that are in the construction industry. Registration is already open. If you put your phone up to the code, the QR code there. It will take you directly to the application. Registration will close on February 1st, and classes will start the week of March 8th, March 7th, 8th in the Gatton Student Center here at the University of Kentucky. It's going to be a really big deal. This is our inaugural program. We're extremely excited about it. So if you know companies or if you want to apply, please do that. We will have a formal graduation ceremony in May. So this is a really great program because Turner is one of the largest construction companies in the country. Next slide. Okay, this is our supply diversity impact model. The only thing I want to talk to you about here is impact, which is what other people have been talking about. Our whole program is designed for community impact, economic impact. And so I'm working with a number of community leaders to make sure that we are impacting the minority communities here in Lexington and in Kentucky. Next slide. Okay, so some of the things I'm doing to work with diverse companies, we are having some success stories. Unfortunately, I can't run through all of those, but I am setting up, first of all, capability statements. I use them as calling cards. I send them out across the entire campus. So please have a capability statement. Please be certified. And the other thing is, when we see a good match for something we have coming up, we would do meet and greets by Zoom. So those have worked out very, very well. To the next slide. You can go to the next slide, Derek. Uh-oh. Okay, that's it. So again, thank you for the opportunity to run through the slides. So glad to be a part of this panel discussion with esteemed colleagues, and I'm available for any questions at any point.
Okay. Well, thank you, Marilyn. I really appreciate your information. And I know that we're running low on time, but just one key point I just want to make out. Again, that 2022, your bid opportunities are coming out, and you really have some very large opportunities in construction, 300 million plus. So that is really good for UK. And also that you're focusing on your model, and your model is for the community supplier impact for economic development and empowerment. So that's really good information for the MBEs to take. And please make sure you reach out to Marilyn for some of those opportunities that they have coming down the pipeline for 2022 and 23. So thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you, Marcella.
You're welcome. So I guess that's it. We're getting ready to go to the next presentation. Is that correct, Markeith and Derek?
Yes, we are ready. Thank you, Marilyn, for filling in the gap for us.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Have a great day and a good rest of the event. And Marcella's signing off.
When considering influential individuals in the healthcare industry, especially in terms of leadership and impact, the name of Ed Jones must be included. As president and CEO of Health Trust Performance Group, Ed is responsible for the strategic direction and leadership of a comprehensive spend management business that is majority owned and managed by HCA. With nearly 4 decades of executive experience, Jones oversees all dimensions of a $48 billion portfolio, directs all consulting, management services, and outsourced relationships, including accountability for HCA supply chain, contract labor, staffing performance, plant operations, and clinical education. His leadership has created healthcare bridges internationally, including Europe and China. Among his many accomplishments, Ed Jones is a founding board member of the Health Sector Supply Chain Research Consortium. He is also a member and subcommittee member of the Federation of American Hospitals and served as the past board chair on the Healthcare Supply Chain Association. He serves on the board of Galen College of Nursing and is the chairman of the Finance Committee. A proud Ram, Ed holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Virginia Commonwealth University. Ed Jones is a change-making leader, and we are poised to receive his insights as our keynote speaker. It is indeed my great pleasure to present Ed Jones.
It looks like Mr. Jones is still having some technical difficulties. So what we will do, we have a scheduled time for networking on the schedule. And what we'll do is we will take that time now while we still wait for Mr. Jones to see if he's able to connect to the program. So we will take the networking opportunity. And if you will look to the left of your screen, you should see where there's sessions and there's a networking session. So if you'd like to just share time in there, you can, and we will resume back here once Mr. Jones is able to get into the stream. All right, we are going to resume back to our program. Hopefully, you all are still hanging with us. We did finally get Mr. Jones into our platform, and we're going to go ahead and allow him to come forward. Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, we are going to resume back to our program. Hopefully, you all are still hanging with us. We did finally get Mr. Jones into our platform, and we're going to go ahead and allow him to come forward. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you who support the annual business marketplace.
All right, we are going to resume back to our program. Hopefully, you all are still hanging with us. We did finally get Mr. Jones into our platform, and we're going to go ahead and allow him to come forward. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you who support the annual business marketplace.
Mr. Jones, if you would mute your side on the other computer, that would be great.
Can you mute
If you would unmute your mic, the one that you just muted, and then mute the speakers on the. We can't currently hear you.
Okay.
There we go. We can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, good morning to all of you who support the annual business marketplace, which is led by the TriStar Minority Supplier Development Council. You know, over the years, the Tri-State Council has enjoyed significant and consistent success, and I would argue that it's, in my book, best in class, considering that we've connected with several associations across the country. And I think the cooperation and mutual concern that have been fostered between both existing and emerging businesses is really at a level that is really not seen across the country. And I really want to applaud your efforts for the continuing to be involved in the mission of advancing business opportunities for minority and owned suppliers. I also want to thank Sherry and Dr. Williams for extending the invitation, and Sherry, your very gracious introduction. It's both very humbling to hear, and I think after listening to it, what it really tells me is that I'm just old, and I've been doing this for a long time. What I'd like to do is first talk to you a little bit about the healthcare industry, and it's something that I've had the privilege and the opportunity to be in for the last 39 years. And you know, with Health Trust and HCA, and I've talked to a lot of groups, I think, and particularly young people, that whatever you do, find something you're passionate about. And I think passion about what you do is driven by a real clear sense of purpose in your vision. And when I think about the work that we do within HCA, Health Trust, and all of our Health Trust partners, the work we do is really impactful and really important. And I think that it's not just about taking care of patients. You know, our mission statement at HCA starts with, above all else, we're committed to the care and improvement of human life. And I think that spans well beyond just taking care of patients. I think it really speaks to how do you engage the community? How do you help improve the lives in the communities that we're all embedded in, and particularly for us, to, you know, based here in Nashville, that's really important for us. And I think it also means, how do we help improve human lives that work inside our vendor partners that we have across the country. And so what I'd like to do today is spend a little time talking about, how to build a diverse supplier base within the healthcare industry. And I think, within Health Trust, for us, supplier diversity has been just a cornerstone of our business. And it actually kind of spans back to the mid 90s when a very dear friend and a mentor and who was my corporate boss at the time, of course, Boyd, really launched the supplier diversity program back then. And back in the 90s was a much different time period than what it was then, and it was a challenging time, and I learned a lot from course over the years, and up until his unfortunate passing in December of 2005 from leukemia. But the cornerstone of what he built still exists today, and for us, the reason it's a core business strategy for a variety of reasons. And I think the one that I would talk about is just the overall changing demographics of the country. I think that with that in mind, and the fact that we're in the healthcare business and the patients we take care of are very reflective of the communities we're in, it's very important to have a supplier base that is also very, very diverse. And I think that the other aspect of this is that there's a lot of companies that are just getting bigger, and for us, that creates challenges as we're trying to negotiate contracts, as well as just the overall risk associated with having single source contracts. And I'll come back to that in a moment. So for me, um, the ability to partner with minority companies, small, medium, or large, allows us to create a more competitive landscape, which I think is beneficial for everyone. It helps us lower the cost of healthcare. It helps creates jobs, and it helps to create companies' ability to grow and become profitable in the communities they serve. And then the impact of giving back to the community, I think, is really important. And I think that the economic parity for all ethnic groups of this country is incredibly important. And I think over the last year, it's really been on full display.
Okay. Yeah, hold on one second. Seems as though that Mr. Ed Jones is having technical difficulties again, and so we will move forward with our event. I know that Mr. Jones was working on Wi-Fi, and so sometimes that Wi-Fi doesn't work appropriately. But if he does come back in, we will add him back to the stream. And so what we can do is prepare for our matchmaker. We will take our 15-minute break, since we did have about 10 or 15 minutes prior to Mr. Jones coming on, and we'll try our best to stay on schedule. And so we'll take a 15-minute break while we make sure that our matchmaker assignments are correct, and we will come back in a few minutes. Well, it looks like Mr. Jones is back. Let's add him back to the screen here.
Overall pandemic is really taught all of us is that we really need to take a broader look, a more vertical look of supply chain, and not just from a narrow perspective of I'm going to source a category with a supplier. Now I'm talking about raw materials and where they are and what's the risk around raw materials availability, where are the manufacturing plants at, and what's the redundancy, what are the downtime procedures. So those are important questions that we're asking, and I think you could either solve it a couple of different ways. Either one, if the suppliers have concentrated their capabilities in one location, we're going to probably have more of a slant towards awarding multiple contracts in multiple geographies to give us some durability around that. Conversely, if I'm a supplier and I've diversified my supply chain, then that's probably a differentiator as you compete and you try to win business. And I think that's an important piece that we learned through the pandemic. For Health Trust, and I mentioned a little bit, for our diversity program, as I mentioned, we include a diversity filter, if you will, at the beginning of our sourcing process to see what are diverse related suppliers by category that could serve our membership. And while we're a national GPO, we also recognize that we don't have to only award contracts with companies that have national capabilities, because one of the things that we've looked to do and we continue to want to do is how do we take regional minority suppliers and help them scale their business to serve a broader footprint and geography. And I'll come back to a success that we've had in that area in just a moment. So I think that's really, really important, because as I mentioned, as some of the large name suppliers continue to get bigger, they have more leverage, and this is a scaled business. And I think for us, we can be very successful partnering with smaller, more nimble companies to really create a competitive landscape and try to prevent a couple of things. One, monopolies being formed, as well as just the risk of losing good companies because it's more difficult to compete. So one of the examples I will give is that we started a partnership with a very small a food company that really focused on desserts, and they were in just the distribution business, and we worked with that company for several years, and we helped them scale, and it was great. We probably pushed hard for that company to scale faster, but they wanted to scale at a measured pace because they recognized that they needed to be able to be successful in meeting the needs of our customers, our mutual customers. And so I applaud the efforts. And today, the nice thing is that they've scaled, but more importantly, they've actually got into the production of goods. And then we've been able to create some tier 2 relationships that allows the manufacturing component or the baking component of those goods to be distributed through a network and an infrastructure that gives this company scale. And I think there's still tons of opportunity for minority companies to really work in a tier 2 relationship until you can get to a point to have a direct relationship. And I think it's incumbent upon bigger companies and sourcing organizations like ourselves to really drive that as a key tenet of our diversity program. And I think that's going to be really important going forward. The one thing that has really kind of revealed itself as a challenge, for us recently is, as I mentioned, I've been at this a long time. I've been in Nashville for the last 22 years, and I've kind of grown up with several minority supplier partners that we've had, and they've become very, very good partners and friends. But as they have grown and scaled their business, and they start to look at ways to, hey, it's time to retire, and we're starting to see those businesses being bought by private equity or other companies. And so for me, one of the things I see as a risk for our objectives relative to supplier diversity is exit strategies that move a diverse company to a non-diverse company. And I think that there again lies an opportunity for us to figure out a way to help not only keep diverse companies as they grow, scale, keep them in a diverse classification, because again, I think for all the right reasons, that's an important objective. And so I think that as we're seeing the generational changes, that's going to be a continued focus for us. And I think that what I'd like to close with is that, I think that lots really unfolded in front of our eyes over the last couple of years. And I think that as we celebrate the change within this century and really looking forward to 2022, I think we just all need to continue to be innovative, try to inspire, look for ways to impact others in a positive way. Let's continue to really try to advance our opportunities to really build our relationships with our diverse supplier base, both locally and nationally. And I think we must challenge what's possible and really creating and maintaining a much more inclusive and diverse supply base. Because I think at the end of the day, that is going to be really important for all the economic reasons that we've talked about. One, the changing demographics, creating this more competitive landscape, which I think is really critical for us, particularly as we are battling, inflationary pressures, et cetera. It's going to be more important than ever to really work together. And I think, being able to do that on a more localized basis is just really important. And then I finally will say this: a lot of people will say, the sky's the limit. And I had someone correct me and tell me the sky's not the limit because there's footprints on the moon. And so I think that for me, the takeaway is, let's not limit ourselves, and let's continue to try to be creative and innovative and talk and discuss and collaborate on ways to see how do we continue to learn from each other. How do we learn from a more diverse supplier relationship and supply base, and how do we continue to advance our objectives in this area? So with that, I want to wish you a great rest of the conference. It was a real privilege and honor to be invited and be able to participate in this forum. And I apologize for the technical difficulties that we had along the way. So I wish you the very best over the holidays. I hope you close out the year on a high note and really launch into 2022 inspired, with high energy, and ready to make 2022 the best year yet. So with that, thank you.
We want to thank Mr. Ed Jones for his presentation. We worked through technical difficulties. Sometimes these things happen when we are doing things live, right, real time. So thank you for your patience, and we appreciate Mr. Jones for that presentation. And so at this time, we will take we have about 15 minutes before our close. And so what we will do is we will take that 15 minutes and come back right at 12 o'clock, right at 12 noon for our close. And then we will go straight into Matchmaker.
years, the Tri-State Minority Supplier Development Council has hosted this networking event mainly to strengthen ties among certified minority businesses and major corporations and to bring to the forefront of discussion the mission and value proposition of supplier diversity, equity, and inclusion and its impact on the communities in which we live and work. Your attendance today reinforces your interest in being an active participant in reshaping the relationships among capable certified minority businesses and corporate purchasers. In our respective roles, we can all play a vital part in the initiatives and implementation of supplier diversity in the business marketplace. The Tri-State Council will continue to provide programs, events, and activities for our stakeholders to create better procurement and business opportunities among our members. Whether through the Council's Talking News, the In Business magazine, the Community Business News, the Raising the Bar mini-series, events such as this, our goal is to certify, develop, connect, and advocate, all for the greater good of minority business entrepreneurship, economic development, and impact. Today's speaker, Ed Jones, left us with a tremendous amount of information that we all can use in conducting business in today's competitive marketplace. We thank him for his contribution to the success of our program. I'd like to thank my co-organizers, major sponsors, panelists, and conference participants who were integral in making this all possible. Most of all, thank all of you in the virtual world for taking the time to connect with us today. I hope that this conference will continue to foster noticeably increased supplier diversity within the corporate pipeline and their overall operations to conduct more business with minority-owned firms. Let us pledge to build on the momentum of this conference to make further progress, to create more best practices, and to make connections that count. The Council calls upon each of you to share and contribute to make things happen. We must continue to welcome, embrace, and create change for economic benefits and reach beyond our grasp. From noon until 2:00 p.m., we will host a Matchmaker session. It is a great opportunity for certified minority businesses to connect and interact with buyers and supplier diversity professionals for specific procurement needs. Be ready to make those connections that count, as there are no limits, just opportunities. Until the next time, I bid you all a good, enjoyable, and networking afternoon. Thank you for your support. Stay safe and well.
All right. Thank you for joining us today. Here's a quick message from Ms. Henderson. Even though we worked through a few technical difficulties, the message from Ed Jones was very insightful relative to the healthcare industry and passion driven by purpose and vision. He too suggested that we challenge what's possible to close the year on a high note, not to limit ourselves, but be innovative, be inspired, and be ready for the coming year. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Cherry Henderson. So at this time, we are going to begin with our Matchmaker process. And what I want to do is to direct you to the left side of the screen that says sessions for those of you who are participating in the Matchmaker section. You should be able to see your matchmaker appointments. Well, not appointments, but you should be able to see the matchmaker corporations that you will be talking with. MBEs should be able to see their corporations that they'll be speaking with at the specified times via the document that you received from Derek Dow. Each company also should see their particular session in the category of sessions. Each person has been assigned to their specific session, and you should be having your appointments with the individuals at the specified time from the document that you received from Derek Dow. If you do not see that, please feel free to let me know via the chat, and we will do our best to assist you. Once again, be sure to only enter your session at the specified time based on the document that you received from Derek Dow. Mr. Jagenberg, I have updated your sessions. Please check your sessions again and let me know if you see them now. I've updated your session. Please let me know that you see them now. Mr. Davis, we will check that out and update that for you. Mr. Davis, could you let us know what company you're with, please? Mr. Davis, if you can hear me, please let us know what company you're with.